want to welcome all to our work session at 5:30 on October 28th. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I'd like to call on Dr. Watts to introduce our presenter tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Hamada. Members of the board, staff, Ms. Holly. I would first of all want to thank all of our team members for their incredible work during this time, among others, and specifically I would like to introduce Dr. Jewel Harmon, our Chief Academic Officer, who will guide us. Did I say Chief Academic Officer? You did not get a job change. Just know that. My apologies.
And I was not receiving it, Dr. Watts.
Absolutely.
So.
Yes. Chief Accountability Officer, to be clear. And thank you, Dr. Harmon, for beginning our presentation this evening on our board calendar work. Thank you.
So good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. Glad to be here to continue our development of our board calendar and agenda. Hopefully this will start to set precedent of regular cadence for Kent School District of what typically appears on board calendars moving forward. And want to just involve and invite the other executive cabinet colleagues to speak up and share. So as we talk about these things, part of developing this calendar is always about timeline. And so hearing the interest of board and then balancing that with when staff can meet that request as well as when the information is available. So as we go through this, the goal is, of course, to meet those interests and as well as kind of point out things that are annual requirements or typical conversations so that we can get that scheduled. And I know that our board has been involved in that conversation as part of their own work. And so I will leave that space for you all to provide your comment in that. So the calendar that you see reflects some of those updates and changes and requests, even up to, I think, yesterday evening. Some things were being added. So we'll go through that and we're going to jump right in. I am going to share my screen. So please, if you have questions, speak up because I can't always see the faces or hands. So, and we'll begin. So what it's telling me is that I'm sharing. So hopefully you can see what I see. And what I see is the Excel file that we've been working through where this becomes a final calendar, a real calendar. And the month of October. So I'll start with where we are. Obviously, the opportunity to add to tonight's agenda has passed, but I did want to address something that was an add that was highlighted, and it was the proclamation for the Disability History Month. And I did some notice, and it is for the entire month of October. So it probably is too late to make that proclamation for this school year, but moving forward, that's definitely something we can add to the calendar. And I'm not sure, I couldn't see who added this piece, so I'm going to leave the space for that person to speak up or have some discussion around
it. So I'm thinking it was there because Leslie, when we were going over the calendar, we didn't add it. So I'm thinking that it was already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember adding that at all.
Yeah, we didn't add it.
Yeah.
So I don't remember adding that one either, but I did do some research and it is, I can see how the proclamation, we've not done this before. So it's not a precedent for us, but it is tied to, I can see where the catalyst for this would be the RCW that's linked to the instruction and supports that are provided for students to provide awareness around disabilities and that history. And there's actually an act that is referenced there in that RCW. So moving forward, I think that's definitely something that can become part of our recognitions and proclamations for the month of October. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And I did not see it on the agenda tonight when I looked, but moving forward, we can definitely make sure that that is part.
And I have a question that maybe someone has some insider history on, because you know me, I like to not just use words, but also actions. And so, you know, with Filipino American Heritage Month and previous month, Hispanic History Month, it's like we talk about in the proclamation that we are sharing history and celebrating in the classrooms, and I don't know to what extent or how that is exemplified, or how our students participate in that way. And then other things like Safe Schools Week and things like that, National School Bus Safety Week. Do we get reports during the year that support that work and the proclamation?
So no, we do not. That's something that can be that can become possibly part of this. I think typically when we do recognitions and the proclamations, the board makes that declaration at the start of that celebration or at start of that recognition. And then we don't tend to circle back around at the close of that month or the close of that period to talk about what was done. You're right that there's kind of a mix of the types of proclamations or celebrations. There's some that are more cultural. Right. There's some like the Disability History Month one that is actually tied to an RCW that talks about lessons and review. And then there's others like School Bus Safety Week that are typically tied to activities that if we were in a traditional school setting, I remember, and I'm sure ours still do, the practice of jumping out the bus and all of the safety exits and all of those things. Right. But as far as I know in history of the board, I've not seen those necessarily presented back to the board. And so if nothing else, I think moving forward, if we're not going to change the cadence of either making a presentation or making a proclamation or recognition part of the presentation cycle, then possibly what we could consider is either putting in the updates or possibly activities from the previous school year or something so that it's referenced in the narrative. Similar to how we provide information in a narrative, we can provide information in the narrative and maybe statistics about the safety and our safety record and that kind of thing, or examples of student, without naming students or with removal of student names, maybe references to student work or something related to some of these recognitions is something that can shift there, or even references possibly to lessons or lesson plans related to this. Without having us to add an additional agenda item. It could be a suggestion if that's an interest of the board. I'm sorry, Director Vega-Baslam.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, in the past, we, in a typical situation where we're not virtual, we would present the proclamation to an individual and they would then relay, the background information on that, or they get an opportunity to speak at the mic. Right. With regards to Filipino and Hispanic, we did make a decision at some point that we were recognizing all cultures, in our district. But these were proclamations that are very important when it was brought forward, and we continue to present them. But we used to, and I think we still do, we read a statement that talks about recognizing all cultures. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Director Venkatachalam, thank you. I was actually just going to say that typically when we're not in a remote setting, we would have, for example, for bus safety, I would have someone from transportation, a lot of times Justin or Doreen or somebody that would accept, and they would say a few words about, and Director Bettinger, typically we try and do the safety checks and things kind of generally in that month, if you will. Right. It doesn't always fall in the week because there's so many to do. Right. But they would share a couple of things, but certainly I like the idea of just a summary or short update on so how have we, or what are we doing around School Safety Week, for example.
Yeah, because some things I think each of us have different things that we have some insight into, but it's like, or even, I guess putting out an open call to teachers, just like if you're going to, like celebrate somehow Filipino American Heritage or History Month or Hispanic History Month, just invite us or invite, because I would, like to see how that's in our schools. So it goes beyond just words, but into action.
Well, I think one of the things that would be really nice is like typically I know that in another district I'm aware of, students submit artwork. So like if they're doing projects or artwork, and that gets put up around the boardroom. And I think I've seen things around our boardroom that have happened. So that way we're kind of aware of it. to see, you know, kind of what's going on. LGBTQ History Month, you know, if it's something, just if I think that might be a slightly easier way for those of us that can't always participate in schools because we work during the day and stuff. Just, you know, just to have an opportunity if they are doing something in schools, or send a picture, right? We could do like a slideshow or something just to say, you know, maybe we could have some things that sent in. And just kind of share that, just a little quick, you know, this is what we're doing for this month, or, you know, this is how we're recognizing the district. I think that would be great.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, because it's especially in this environment, and we don't know how long we're going to be in remote and or hybrid. It would be nice to just make sure that we are honoring and acknowledging.
And I just think it's anything we do where we can make it more relative to what we're doing, you know. I mean, it's wonderful to read a proclamation, but it's a lot more fun to see how that's carried out for me anyway, in actuality. And I know I've attended several board meetings where things there've been pictures in the boardroom, or there've been people come up and speak about what they're doing, but we want to probably make a concentrated effort to try to continue that, or like Mr. Vela talked about, Chief Vela talked about doing, you know, statistics or something that we can draw from. I think that's a great idea. So I'm in.
Yeah, all good ideas.
Leah, you're muted. Are you talking? Yeah.
I was going to say that, you know, it was very enjoyable, like when we had orchestra or band come to see, you know, how the students were involved and have them, you know, show us what they can do. So I'm excited about a slideshow with artwork, or, you know, I'm sure we could think of other ways outside of the box also. I can't think of any right now, but I'm sure we could, you know, to highlight this stuff.
If I may, Director Vengadaslam and Director Daniels probably recall, often this was done in past times when you could go to different things, either in the evening or during the day. Our board directors would recount this and share pictures in the board newsletter. So they would know this was coming up, and then they would go participate and capture photos of themselves participating and recount what they did to participate and share what they experienced in the following board newsletter and their experience of partaking this in their district schools and kind of how they experienced it. And so that was often in the past couple of years prior to this last school year, how we often capture that and shared that. And that was one way that we did that.
Awesome.
Well, and it has a twofold process.
Right.
Not only are we bringing the kids in, but it also brings the parents and their grandparents and whoever are interested in that particular subject matter or cultural night or particular insight into that they deal with it every day or have experienced it. They understand that it's important in a board meeting, and it physically brought them into the building when we could do it. And now, I mean, even we can't, it might virtually get some interest for them to come to the board meetings. So twofold there.
So that was wonderful discussion, because it gave me time to take some notes as well and capture some of that about the interest in making it, providing more tangible evidence of how our recognitions and proclamations are lived in our district. So thank you for that. And I'm going to move away from October. So like I said, there's very little movement there and things that we can do. And I'm going to move over to November and talk about what's coming. I appreciate that the board did add some interest topics, and I saw that they also placed some of the things that were holder topics and on the calendar in places where they'd like to see that. And so for the month of November, we still anticipate that we will get at some point a state auditor engagement letter. We will continue to provide our updates to the board about our financial status. I've heard the board ask for a Core 24 update. And although I provided something in the board update from OE, I have no issue with sharing that with the public and the board in a formal way, so we can do that as a suggestion for November. The reminder about November, although this may seem like a very light agenda, there's only one meeting in that month. So I would caution us to be careful with adding other topics, not that we can't, but wanting to be careful to not overwhelm the agenda in November if it's something that can be discussed in another month. The one thing that I will note is that I think the board expressed interest in an inclusive ed update and work session in the month of November. And I believe that Mrs. West weighed in, and I think there's a spring date that worked better for that particular team to provide the update. And we'll come to that later if that is.
Not, I don't mean to interrupt.
No. Go ahead, please.
Chief Harmon. I brought that up because there have been so many emails regarding what's happening with our inclusive ed, our special ed, our IEPs, and I can understand it might fit a schedule better in the spring, but it seems like there's so tremendous amount of interest. It's just not one or two, it's several, that they want to know what's going on with our kids virtually, especially in those areas of kids that are harder to reach or need more in-person training or whatever. And I really would like to see something brought forward on that. I think it would help our community understand better. I understand probably better timing in the spring, but community-wise, I'm just saying, there's a lot of interest in that.
So President Hamada, thank you for the context, because I see what you just presented as something slightly different than I think what Mrs. West was referencing in that team. I think they were thinking about kind of just a general update of the program to the board on a more typical or annual basis. And it seems like what you were sharing is more about kind of COVID supports and accommodations made for inclusive ed students during this time. And so I'm not going to pretend to speak for a colleague or obligate her team's time and ability to prepare for that, but I will make sure that nuance is shared and that it is seen as something that's separate from just the typical annual program update for inclusive ed.
Appreciate that, Dr. Harmon. Thank you.
And I don't see in October and November, maybe I missed it, that we need to finalize the superintendent's goals.
I apologize because I thought I've seen that on here several times in the document. So
No.
Because it's actually, there's some cadence in the spring too where it comes up. There's a couple of points, so I apologize.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So your calendar, like I said, this is a conversation board. Where would you like to see that on the calendar?
I think don't we have a work session on the 19th, but I think that's a policy work session. And then we also have the 21st. I wonder if it could be just even part of one of our existing work sessions.
I think it's not on here because that just came about because we had the meeting. So that's why this was done before.
Yeah.
So that will need to be added to it. I think that the work session on the 18th is vacant.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I was going to call that out. That is a vacant work session. As a reminder, the policy work sessions that we've set up and agreed to work together on are on non-regular meeting Wednesdays, so that it doesn't compete with other topics and interests and operations of the district. So there is space on the 18th to have a work session topic, but that's only an hour. So it's 5:30 to 6:30.
Yeah, and do you think we could do both? Finalize the goals and then talk about the COVID supports for inclusive ed?
So I am not going to pretend that I can speak for that timeline for teaching and learning. Right. And I can make a note that that's the interest of the board. I think that would be somewhat fair, only because, and I will say this on behalf of Spencer and the inclusive ed team, I'm sorry, Executive Director Pan and the inclusive ed team, that it's best that we talk about this in generalities and probably not drill down quite a bit, because whenever we're talking about student information, there's always the risk of a violation of FERPA and the protection of those students' rights. And it becomes even more critical when we're talking about inclusive ed students, because sometimes those exceptionalities are specific. And so even when we don't intend to name a student by talking about a particular exceptionality that is only prevalent in one student, essentially names them. So
Right.
I think having a 30-minute conversation about general updates and supports might be a good idea, rather than having a longer and drawn out, more robust conversation where we might be able to be, or might be tempted to dip into details about particular students.
Right.
So I'm not going to say yes, absolutely, but I think that they would support the idea of a 30-minute update rather than an hour or an extended longer conversation.
Mhm. Great.
I'm
Sounds
making a note of that
sounds
just
like-
for the date so I don't lose it.
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, so. And then a
Okay.
reminder that we have our, I'm sorry.
We have School Psychology Awareness Week is on there twice for November too.
That's because they are super important.
They are super important.
There will only be one proclamation read and written for our School Psychology Awareness Week. So I will just do a strike through.
Yeah.
So moving on to December, it seems odd to talk about year-end financial update. It is not really the year end because of the calendar year end. It's about the time that it takes to clear up our financial year end. So when all things are cleared up from our fiscal year 2021, because believe it or not, we're living in fiscal year 2022. No, yes.
Oh, no. 2022.
I'm sorry. Fiscal year, we're living in fiscal year 2021. We're wrapping up fiscal year 2020. And it just takes some time to have everything clear the books, to have all of the accounting procedures done. And so we'll present that to the board. We have additional proclamations. There's the work session that is not vacant because we've actually confirmed the 9th. Now, what's important about the work session on December 9th is that is an ad for us for policy. And I noticed that there's some other topics that would like to be discussed. And I wasn't clear about if the policy 1610 was something that you wanted to add to just the policy conversation on the 9th, or if you wanted a work session just about that particular piece. Is that just a suggested topic or a policy for review on the 9th policy work session?
So we saw it on there. I don't know who requested it to be on there.
I know what that is. It's in our policies that annually on an annual basis that any potential conflicts of interest are just reviewed. And I don't think it's necessarily an agenda item. It's just information gathering.
To check the box to say that it's done. Okay, that's fair. Okay,
Yeah,
I was a bit confused. I was like, so wait, do we want to make this a more formal thing or?
Yeah, I don't know if it's even an agenda item. I think it's just something that's just an annual need to do because it as per that policy.
So perhaps this is something that could be in the board agenda in the November, like truly on the regular meeting agenda on the 9th.
Mhm.
And maybe it's an informational section where that information is received and retrieved and then just presented as informational for the board agenda. And then it can live in a public space.
Yeah.
And then it provides an opportunity, if there is discussion that needs to be had by the board, it can happen then as well.
Okay, yeah, that's what that one is.
Okay. The other piece of that's good because as much as I appreciate policy work sessions and adding that, I think there's a bit of a conflict here that I wanted to discuss with Mr. Vela because we are embarking on our boundary work as a district. And that comes with other pieces that must be done, like naming schools and finding a mascot and all of those pieces. I think they suggested some work session space there in December, and I wanted to talk about that. So if you would like to speak up, I'll stop.
Yes, no, thank you. Yeah, you notice in November we also have a date for the draft report that they want to be presenting. It's in a presentation. The December will be what in their deliverables is their final report once they're crunching data now, share it in their draft. if there's any more feedback that we wanted to do in between that time frame, and then come back to the board in December. We put December 2nd, question mark, in a work session setting so that we can really go deeper, MGT could. So that was what we wanted to do, but open to hearing from the board. Oh, and sorry, I'm sorry I missed, and also from the naming of the schools, those are our two schools, kind of related in that with our MGT work, but we wanted to have the two principals and teams come back and share their process as it aligns to our board policy around naming school, which is on our agenda tonight. So that's the December 9th one that we're proposing as well.
So December 9th is a regular board meeting day. So we couldn't have a work session from 5:30 to 7:30.
Right. And so that's what I was going to point out, is that I don't believe that policy work session is not one that we proposed. So when we discussed our policy work, there was not a December 9th work session proposed. We're meeting in November and doing some heavy policy work that will be brought to the board for formal action in December. And then there's a policy work session scheduled, I think, in either late in January and then in February. So the December work session is actually vacant. It's only an hour. So we typically don't do policy work in just an hour. So this is a good space to have the mascot school naming and then any boundary update questions or done during that hour, possibly. If that's of interest. That's what I wanted to clear up here in December.
Is that enough time? I feel like the boundary thing is going to take at least an hour. So I'm wondering, with the mascots and boundary together on December 9th, that might be too much. So I don't know. I feel like December 2nd, it's a lot of meetings, but is that the concern for everybody, or?
So I have a question with regard to the proposal for new schools, names, mascots. Is that something that comes to the board? And what is that? Because I'm assuming there's some, well, I don't know what your process is for naming schools. And so maybe that would help. Because I'm used to being brought to the board through a survey or something like that, right? You take it out to parents and say, hey, we're coming up with a name for a new school or the community or whatever that looks like. And then it's presented. So what is the process in Kent?
Yeah, we do have a policy, and again, it's in our agenda, board meeting agenda tonight. But essentially what we would do, Director Daniels, is each school would come back and really a celebration and share, here's how we aligned ourselves with the input and the surveying and those pieces. And so it's really more of a celebration, but following our policy.
So it's not, I'm just wondering, so it's not really a discussion, it's not a discussion per se, or what is it exactly is what I'm asking?
No, it's basically a sharing session for the board to hear how we went about with the process, anyway, how it's going now, and then ultimately what the names came up as.
Okay.
So would we be able to do that on, so I'm assuming that MGT isn't probably, I mean, they're probably going to need more time than December 2nd. So is that why, because I see that December 2nd question mark, but, and I think it would be 2 hours or more for we're meeting with MGT. Would it even be something that the new names would just be a presentation maybe in the regular board meeting?
So I was going to suggest that as a possibility. So if it's aligned with the procedure that's being presented tonight for the board for information, what it says is that at some point in the process, the recommendation for the names will be brought to the board for approval. And so it would it's a great opportunity to have that as a presentation of the process in general, because we haven't done that as a district in quite some time in terms of naming and picking new mascots and all of that. And so to present to the board the process, and then in discussion and approval, you would see the actual action that the board would take to approve this. Even if they're not ready in December, it would prime the pump for then that coming in a more formal way in future months at a future board meeting.
Right.
So does that say, so what sounds like I'm hearing is that we want an MGT session on the 2nd of December, tentatively, as for a 2-hour work session, at least.
Mhm.
And then that still presents a unique opportunity of having a vacant hour in the month of December on the 9th.
Right.
And I will say that there's not usually a shortage of topics. I'm not going to put any particular community on the spot right now and ask for volunteers, but I'm sure that there will be some fierce debate back and forth about who will claim that work session and what topic will be brought to the board, because usually work sessions on regular meetings are prime real estate.
Mhm.
So,
Well, the year-end financial update, isn't that sometimes done as a full work session?
it can be. There's, as much as there is meat to discuss and present, there's no action to take or anything,
Right.
because so you talk about done, it is completely done.
Mhm.
All of the expenses have cleared, and we're truly living in the midst of the next fiscal year.
Right.
I suppose if the board had extensive questions or something like that, we could leave space. My concern is that I don't know if it would be a full hour's worth of conversation. So while it might be more than 10 minutes worth of conversation for a presentation,
Right.
I can't say that it would be a full hour's worth of presentation, or at least
Right.
40 minutes of presentation and then 20 minutes of discussion during a work session.
Yeah.
Sometimes what we've discussed as executive cabinet, and sometimes what we present to the board, is a split work session where there's kind of 2 30-minute topics.
Mhm.
So I won't say this can't work. I'll see if I can find a community that might be willing to pick up the other 30 minutes as a possible opportunity as well. There's another kind of small topic that we want to bring to the board that is worthy of a conversation longer than a presentation.
Great.
While we have the moment and we can have this conversation in this space, before I walk away from it and becomes more complicated once we close this window, the December 2nd. So it seems like I'm hearing that the board is open to adding a work session on the 2nd of December, because this will possibly prevent having to go through the polling and all of that. And but it seems like that's something we'd like to schedule, or at least
Yes.
propose to the board. Okay.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see where else we could put it. I don't know if it'll take 2 hours, but I definitely think it's going to take at least an hour and a half.
Yes, and we were looking, for the different dates, knowing that's a short month. And again, MGT, still has other deliverables to come to the board in January. So, and that's why we tentatively put that date there. So yes.
Okay. So that takes us to 2021. We already have our standing kind of placeholder for the policy updates in response to COVID. So if there are things that WASDA has updated or changes in OSPI or other pieces, that would be in a presentation, or depending on what is required, it might be a discussion and approval agenda item for the board. If there's not, then that will not be a topic. Our standing financial updates. We're proposing a graduation trends piece. Typically, our graduation rate data across the state is released in October. I think because of the current situation and all of the waivers and things that were in place, the state is still going through and updating that information. They haven't released it, but we are believing that by January they will do that, and that we'll be able to have a conversation about our trends across the district, about a deep dive, and think that's a great space to start getting us back into a more typical pattern of kind of data dives and informing what that looks like, and some planning space as we start thinking about the next school year. The mentoring program presentation, it's typically done in January at the meeting where we recognize National Mentoring Month. So this is one of those, as you mentioned, Director Bettinger. How do we see our recognitions and beliefs lived. This is one of those where we typically have one of our mentoring community-based partner organizations talk about their work. Usually they do that in conjunction possibly with the school principal. Sometimes there's students present. There's that. And that would be a presentation separate from the actual proclamation and recognition. And then the public hearing for the reboundary as part of that process. The final report would be shared in a work session on the 13th of January. A placeholder for any COVID budget updates, if there are any for OSPI or any of those things. Again, if it's not needed, then we would remove that. And then this is where Director Daniels, I saw the board goals mid-year review, and I apologize, I thought I saw an update for a superintendent evaluation. Maybe it's a future one on here that was up here as well.
Mm-hmm. I think it's February, we decided, yeah.
Okay, so board goals, mid-year review, students on the board. And I saw the follow-up with Melissa. I'm not sure who left that note, but Ms. Laramie is on this meeting, so she can speak to that as well. And then of course, our policy update work session. So I think we'll start with the students on the board piece, so we can get some clarity on where that would live.
So I think in January, we could have a conversation about where we're at for that year and move forward. But at this time, we continue to prioritize students' academics and social emotional wellness, and really continuing to prioritize their learning at the secondary level, because this is, we'd be drawing from our juniors and senior class for this position for the 2021 year, as well as for the 21-22 year. And so we would be having, I think at that time, a conversation about beginning to recruit for the 21-22 year. And that would be the perfect time to start doing that. But recruiting now, while there is great things happening, teachers that I've spoken with are having a lot of students show up for clubs, GSAs, different things like that, as a resource for supports at the school level. Pulling them into a district-wide Zoom or team meeting on top of their studies and other things at this time is not something that Dr. Watson, I feel, is a priority on top of the other, their academics and other supports that they're having at this time. But we do want to have that conversation with you about how we want to focus this for the 21-22 school year. So I think that's good timing for that conversation, as well as looking at who are the students that we can pull from and have those conversations with for updating that student designed, student created procedure, because it is students who wrote that procedure that is currently in place, and it has not been updated for 2 years at this point.
So the work sessions for January are currently claimed by topics. So is this something that you're proposing be an additional work session, or how do you see that living or operating?
Who was it? President Hamada, Vice President Daniels, the students on the board who added that?
No, actually, so we talked about it. I think we added it because it's something that we were supposed to have been doing. I'm all for leaving it alone this year. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. I can't remember, I think President Hamada brought it up and we said, well, let's talk about it and see where we are with it. When we were discussing it, because it's something that I know we have a policy about. Mm-hmm. But I agree with exactly what Ms. Laramie has stated. I think that it would be kind of difficult. I don't know if we needed to do a formal action as far as pausing the policy requirement. Do we need to do something to where we do that? I think that's probably what the discussion was. We need to pause this policy requirement for this year.
So
formal way.
I think that's what I was concerned about. If we have a policy on that, how do we handle that? So it looks like we're actually doing what we say we're going to do. Right. And I agree. the kids have more than enough right now to handle, I'm sure, in any area.
So the way the policy and procedure is written is that you would actually pull from the superintendent's student advisory council, which has been paused due to COVID. So you're not able to fulfill it due to COVID already. And so as far as like the formal Robert's rules, I think if that would, we certainly could do that so that it's on record, but we have officially paused it due to COVID already. And I think I mentioned that previously, but I think we can certainly support the board in that way. I can also offer that, that time period, I've got it in my calendar, that we can begin working with our student leadership councils and however they're meeting and start speaking to students about how could we start revising the procedure to start having the conversation and bring back some revisions to the board to start looking at and begin that procedure policy revision work with you. And that's what the policy procedure work we could be doing in January. So I think the work can be ongoing. It will just look different this year. But as far as the Roberts rules, if that is something that we need to do, absolutely, I think we could take that formal action. But by way of pausing the actual advisory council, it is paused.
So I'm smiling because this was actually one of the topics for our policy update for the past, I think, 2 sessions. We talked about resolution 1322, which was about pausing policies due to pandemic, and it was kind of the WASDA piece. And then we talked about the route that we would like to go in Kent School District with using our continuity of operations plan and some other pieces to do some of that. So I think we have space to do this and address that that way, because we have a continuity of operations policy now that speaks to pausing certain policies and actions in the midst of this, and this would fall into that. I think that, and I just quickly checked because I thought I remembered that there's a vacant work session in February. I think the second work session in February right now does not have an assigned topic. And so if Ms. Laramie and the board are interested in engaging in a more kind of formal discussion about where the board would like to go for the 21-22 school year with students on the board, there's an opportunity to do that there and still have the ongoing policy procedural development work happening.
I think it makes sense, in particular because we're not exactly sure where we'll be either. And I think that if we wait till a little bit later, I think we might have a little bit more clarity as to what that may look like. So I think that makes sense.
Help me to understand, because I don't have kids in high school in my household. How do the kids look on this? Do they worry about this position not being filled, or is it a big topic, or they don't really care? Or I'm just curious, how do our students feel?
So I did communicate and follow up with all those that we were in communication with last year. I've not had anyone reach back out to me and ask, now what's next? How come we're not reconvening, that kind of thing. I think everyone's focused on, rightfully so, on what they need to do to stay on top of everything right now.
I think there's a session at the WASDA conference that when I was looking at all the sessions, that's about this very topic, about student leadership on the board, which I was actually going to try and attend. So it'll be interesting after that to see what other districts are doing, because a lot of times with these sessions, you learn a lot about how it's working or not working in other districts. So
is this session specifically during COVID times, or
is
it just in general?
It's for the WASDA conference. I looked before, because it's coming up. I looked before I said, oh yes, I want to go. I looked at all the session topics, and I think that's one of the session topics is students on boards.
But not during COVID.
Yeah, the reason I ask is, before we even started this discussion on students on boards, we had Riverview schools come in and, do with their students, and we had a big session on that. Agda actually led a lot of those conversations. So, if it's something specific to COVID, I think that would be helpful. But I think we have a lot of data on But I mean, it's
Mhm.
good for new board members, of course, to learn about
Mhm.
school boards, students on school boards.
Mhm.
But it would be really helpful to understand what folks are doing during
Yeah.
COVID time.
Yeah, exactly.
So I made a note that we're going to move that right now tentatively to the February work session. And I'm going to pick up a more perky pace as we go through this because I'm looking at the time
Yeah.
and want to make sure that we get through the remaining 4 months and the remaining minutes.
Yeah.
So just really quickly for our February meeting, there are 2 February sessions. We have 2 work sessions claimed. One is the policy work session on an off work session on an off Wednesday. The other school improvement plans. The 24th, we've just claimed by students on the board. So we have a full regular meeting agenda from that perspective of work sessions. We also have some updates coming to the board of just more of kind of annual good to know things about operations. So there's the 2021-22 recruitment plan that HR typically presents around that time. We're proposing an instructional technology and one-to-one update for our board. And then the kickoff of the strategic plan 21 to do 24 planning process and timeline for that. And then of course you see our proclamations. So, and then the formal adoption, it's an agenda item for discussion and approval. Adoption of our reboundary plan and then student calendar. In March, so standing financial updates, nutrition services update from organizational effectiveness, a CTE update. It's odd that it's not in the topic space. CTE update is proposed for that month of March from teaching and learning. We begin our FY22 budget planning process. And then this is where I saw the review of superintendent goals that you referenced. It doesn't happen until March. As a work session topic. And then there are questions about a New Valley school building update. So Mr. Vela, I'm not sure if that is something that you're proposing as a work session, because then that means that the work session on the 24th would not be vacant, or is this a topic for presentation?
Yes, we could do a presentation. What we wanted to do is update the board on both New Valley and also the Academy building. So similar to how we did last year, and of course, this would be where are we with, on pace to open. And that's typically giving the board an update on where we are. And so it's both those schools.
Okay. So I just marked it as a presentation. So I wasn't sure if you were claiming the work session space or not. So I just wanted to check in there.
We would prefer to do the work session just because I think with the 2 schools, we'll need that time. Presentation would simply be very, very quick. And we want to leave time for board to ask questions more specifically. And so we would prefer the work session.
So I claimed it and marked it then, so that provided that clarity. So I assigned it to the 24th.
Yes.
And the budget planning, the FY22 budget planning meeting, I proposed for March 31st is an off Wednesday. So the benefit of March is that there's typically 5 weeks in there, which means we get an extra Wednesday. And that gives us an opportunity to have a longer conversation about budget planning for FY22, especially since we'll be in a space where I hope a lot of the financial dust of COVID and expenses will have settled so that we can begin thinking about and possibly new directives and things coming out from the state about that. So that will help us have conversations about how our core values are expressed in our budget, what the board interests are in terms of priorities around budget, and getting that preliminary planning, not necessarily getting down into the weeds of how the future planning of that, but let's talk about the past and clear that up and talk about where we believe we're going to start our financial standing for FY22 and then getting those interests. And I think that might be a good conversation to have as we get ready to kick off the pretty formal budget season as we get into April, May, and June. So you might see a doodle poll in 2021 about using that Wednesday on the 31st for that purpose.
And isn't just going back to March really fast, review of superintendent goals, I think that's the mid-year review. It's not approving the goals.
I'll make a note.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Denise and I, or Vice President Daniels and I, put March and June to go over just as updates and evaluations.
And so here we are in April. If there are additional updates around COVID response and impact on budget that weren't covered before, then that would be the standing agenda item. Strategic plan update. It's listed as with a deadline of having a final plan presenting to the board by August. But there'd be time to do an update and check in. Our proclamations. This is where Ms. West provided the timeline for the just annual general update for inclusive education as a whole program. So this is where you would see that is in April. And then as a work session. And then we have the fiscal year 2022, the full real budgeting. We start to get into numbers in April at the 5:30 work session on the 28th. And then our policy work session that you've already approved that on and off Wednesday from 5:30 to 7:30. And then in May, we have some standing consent agenda items that are updates around requirements from OSPI. So some of the things that programs we participate in require update from the board and formal submission using the iGrant system, which is OSPI's software system to send in information. And then we have our standing budget information, our national board certified teachers recognition, our standing proclamations. And then typically in May, we have our state auditors exit conference, but it depends on what environment we're living in and how long that takes them. So that will need a work session in May. And if not, then maybe we'll be able to swap out a June work session for that purpose. And then again, another budget planning conversation with the board work session. And then June, we have continuing our budget updates, recognition of board, proclamations. We do our employee of the year, our staff retirement recognitions, strategic plan update 21-24, board goals, students on the board, and this will likely be the presentation of the updated policy and procedures related to that and the protocol for the next school year. And then superintendent evaluation as the work session for the June 2nd, and then a work session on the 23rd. There is still a vacant work session in June for the second Wednesday of the month. And that could be space if we'd like to have a more robust conversation about students on the board at that time. Or I would encourage us though to not claim it just yet, because typically as the year continues to play out, there are always topics that come up that are just in time for the board. So for example, last June we had COVID. So there were several things that we were doing that were related to OSPI updates and State Board of Education updates. So I would encourage us to maybe leave a little bit of space there because there may be topics coming up as we move into the spring that will need board attention that are longer than just a presentation.
Dr. Harmon,
yes.
Just one quick something I noticed. Maybe I missed it, but superintendent evaluation in June, there were actually 3 meetings. One is for Dr. Watts to present to the board, executive session for that. And then one is for the board to meet and discuss the evaluation, and then the executive session where we talk to Dr. Watts. So there are 2.5 meetings, I guess I would say. That need
I noticed executive sessions weren't on here though.
So right now we have just, the only time it's added is typically we don't set some of those if the board is intending to have them with Dr. Watts. Those are at your discretion.
Yeah, we didn't add it because I didn't see any other executive sessions on here.
Yeah, it would, I mean, if all the Wednesdays are taken, it would have to be another day than Wednesday, I guess is
And we
my
can work
point.
with, between board and Karen and I, we can make sure those are posted when they need to be. We just need to confirm those dates.
Okay, sounds good.
Absolutely.
I think it may be, as I was thinking about this, I'm thinking about the spaces where we had some space in March, because I think that at some point there'll be if we move into hybrid learning, there'll be some type of hybrid learning update. I mean, I think there's going to be updates as we change. So maybe leaving some of those spaces, because I'm sure those updates will be coming as well.
So Director Daniels, regardless of our model for instruction in 2021, there will likely be updates to the board because there will be subsequent changes to rules from OSPI, possibly from WASDA or from the State Board of Education related to whatever model of instruction we are in as a state or as a district. You're right, there will need to be space and flexibility in this. That's why I'm encouraging not having too packed of an agenda. Because otherwise it will then lead into either special meetings being called or other pieces of that. So, and then last but not least, really quickly as we close, something to think about. So initially when we talked about this, I was keeping kind of a running tab of agenda items that I'd heard the board discuss that hadn't really shown up. Most of those have shown up now on the board agenda and calendar, with the exception of 3. 2 of which I know are of particular interest. One is the CFAC, so the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. Please don't be upset if I didn't get exactly the acronym correct. But there's not a space. We've not put those anywhere, mostly because staff has very limited involvement with that committee. So it would be up to board president, vice president, or whoever their supporting board director is to help get those scheduled, if that is of interest to the board. The other is the Project Mr. and African American Male Achievement initiatives. So we've talked about how to address some of our social emotional, our cultural responsiveness and supports for our Brown and Black students, especially male. And this is one of those initiatives that would support that. There was a preliminary kind of interest presentation with, I think, African American Male Achievement, where some board members attended, but this would be an opportunity to present that in a more formal space. So I would suggest that maybe that one of those vacant board meetings possibly be used for this as a way to inform. And I saw some space there, so that might be something that you see. And then last, but certainly not least, iGrad often comes up as an interest of the board to discuss. So that's something that I don't want to walk away from as we move into this. So, and it may be something more global than just having a conversation about iGrad. It could be a conversation about our all of our special entity schools, so all of our special schools, and talking about their program updates. So most of the interest that I've heard, and then of course, city council joint meetings are always scheduled based on the calendar alignment between the council and the board. And they're typically special meetings. So I think of what the board expressed interest in and what we typically cover in a school year, we have pretty much covered those things, knowing that there will always be additional agenda topics that come up.
Dr. Harmon, I don't know, I'm going to just beat this drum again. I'd really like to have a town hall with our students talking about our SROs and our safety service people. So I don't know if we need to add that to the list or if that's just on a different list, but.
I think in the more global concept of a board calendar and agenda, that would show up. But when we talk about town hall meetings and those types of engagements with our community or student groups, those usually are special meetings. So I don't think it would compete with a regular meeting topic, but I did make a note that that's of interest for a special meeting topic for the board.
Okay, thank you very much. We're at 6:29, just keeping us on track here.
So I am done. We've covered all of those pieces every month and our additional topics. And so I think next steps would be that we would see this presented in a more typical kind of calendar structure. And so I'll share this with executive cabinet to get their eyes on it to make sure that we didn't leave anything out and we didn't over obligate. And then we'll have it ready to share back to the board, possibly as an informational agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harmon. Appreciate your help tonight and your insight. And it is 6:30 on the dot, and I want to adjourn the work session. And this work session is adjourned for an executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district is likely to become a party.
You're muted, President Hamada.
I don't even see this. I've lost you somehow or other. There we go. All right. Okay, there I am. Good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to our regular meeting, and we're coming to order at 7:03 p.m. I do want to announce that we will be having another executive session following the regular board meeting ending. So I would like to call on Director Bettinger to say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And good evening to our audience, and I want to welcome you all and thank you for tuning in and caring about our kids and caring about our community. I would like to call on, is it going to be Director Bowen this evening? Okay. Director Bowen is going to read the land acknowledgement this evening. Director Bowen.
Thank you. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you very much, Director Bowen. That's a second land acknowledgement, and we're on a roll here. I'd like to now explain the process for audience participation. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and in BoardDocs. There will be 2 periods where public comment will be heard, at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and staff will contact you to follow up. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at the portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communication sections of the agenda. All right, I'd like to turn to Dr. Watts this evening about our agenda review to see if there's any changes to our agenda. Dr. Watts.
Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, staff. Please know that there are no changes to tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watts. On to 2.01, preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Howley, would you please read up to 30 minutes of the comments received?
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. We have 1 public comment, and that is for the whole evening. We have 1 comment from Sukhman Dilan, and they say, thanks for keeping school online for the rest of the semester for now. I know it's not the ideal situation, but I'm glad that public health safety of not just the students, but our families and the staff is KSD's top priority, as it should be. I'm glad the district is following science over fiction. And that is the end of the public comments for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Howley. I appreciate that very much. We're now on to 3.01, the superintendent's report. I'd like to call on our superintendent, Dr. Calvin Watts, to give the superintendent report. Dr. Watts.
Yes, once again, thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, staff, and community. Again, this evening, I am pleased to provide updates that are aligned to our 4 strategic goals that drive our work and focus our efforts toward accomplishing our mission and our vision for our students. Here are just a few key highlights of the work that continues throughout our district to prepare our students to be college and career ready by raising the academic and social emotional learning bar and closing the pre-K through 16 gaps to student achievement and college completion. This, of course, reflects goal 1. The Inclusive Education Behavior Support Team works alongside school teams to provide support and training for teachers and families around routine-based interventions. Now, this work supports our families and our students to enable them to better access remote learning. This team also provides consultation to teachers and families to support challenging behaviors in the home during remote learning. The Early Childhood Special Education, otherwise known as ECSE team, has been working very hard on virtual child find screenings. The team is fully caught up currently on screenings and is also now screening all newly referred students. TOP, otherwise known as the Outreach Program, hosts a family education night on the 3rd Thursday of most months. Now, these are opportunities for families to come together to learn about resources, programs, advocacy, housing, and other topics that are supportive of helping our transition students into adulthood. And continued support of our families during the closure, our teaching and learning staff and staff volunteers have been busily and steadily preparing take-home kits with supplies that can be used during instruction. Take-home kits will be provided to all elementary students and all secondary students who may qualify for free and reduced priced meals. COVID-19 certainly has delayed the delivery of several items. However, our staff continues to safely prepare these kits. And more information will be shared soon with details about the distribution of learning kits at each of our schools. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we have several examples of our goal 2, two-way meaningful communication and engaging our parents, our students, and our staff and our community, focused on equity and excellence to celebrate. And we celebrate including these opportunities. On Tuesday, October 20th, our Equity Council came together to make excellent progress toward the Council's 4 goals for 2020-21. They were outlined at the Summer Planning Retreat in July, and they include expanding Equity Council to include school-based membership, to update the Kent School District Race and Equity Policy and the procedure, and later on this year, and then to develop and deploy a student equity survey for grades 6 through 12, and also developing and deploying a Kent School District equity audit tool for Kent School District leaders this upcoming budget season. Now, on Wednesday, October 21st, our Back to School Task Force came together for the 2nd time in October, including all work groups. With the decision to remain in remote learning at this time due to the high level of COVID activity in our district and our county, our task force is again shifting its meeting cadence, but will continue to meet in November and December to work together through large and small group meetings and to focus on both remote learning implementation and on preparing for the careful phasing in of our in-person learning when it is safe to do so. Student and Family Support Services. It held its monthly community-based organization, otherwise known as CBOs, collaboration meeting on Wednesday, October 21st. During a first meeting of the year, the group chose to focus on building relationships with students in a virtual environment this month. Our CBOs shared successful practices they've been implementing, along with receiving a short training ranging from tutoring service, kickboxing classes, parenting outreach, use of Bitmojis, and creating lunch bunch groups. New groups attended this month, including YMCA Alive and Free, the Congolese Integration Network, College Success Foundation, the PSESD, or Puget Sound Education Service District, and Kent Parks and Recreation. And then we closed the boundary survey on Sunday, October 25th, with a final total of 7,578 family responses. This amounts to 34.4% response rate. Now, that's a tremendous response rate for a school district and a great response rate for any study, according to MGT, the consultants who are supporting our work in the reboundary process. We had an additional 993 community responses, as well as over the weekend, and every language, demographic, and school is represented in the survey. And MGT has already begun analyzing the results. On Monday evening, October 26th, we closed our thought exchange on the school resource officer's role in Kent School District. 1,137 participants contributed 1,000 comments, and they gave 32,824 star ratings. Now, this includes 256 student participants, 583 parents and guardians, and 93 staff who weighed in total. You can explore the full exchange results on our Kent School District website. Our third goal has to do with creating. In this case, creating effective organizational systems that reinforce equity and excellence, and it's an ongoing focus for Kent School District. I want to highlight just a few celebrations from the last few weeks that support this strategic goal. The first formalized business office resource manual was posted to StaffLink earlier this month, and that will be updated annually. Although the vision for a comprehensive reference manual preceded our Clark-Nuber audit, the team took the recommendations of Clark-Nuber to heart, working diligently over the last 6 months to finish what we had already started. Now, a virtual staff development conference on the manual's content was also held with this manual's release and attended by over 100 staff participants. Professional learning is our goal. Continuous quality improvement is our focus. Now, speaking of continuous quality improvement, our nutrition services and transportation teams continue to distribute an average of 4,900 boxes per week during our remote school year. Now that equals 24,500 breakfasts and lunch meals per week. Meal numbers are remaining steady with little fluctuation, and meals boxes are distributed at 43 sites. That includes 21 school sites and 22 bus stops. 3 daycares are operating in Kent School District buildings. Now, continuously developing our people, our most important, our most valued and invaluable resource. And finally, we're continuously recruiting, hiring, developing, and retaining a diverse and premier workforce in Kent School District. And I'm pleased to share that recently our HR community has been focusing efforts in this area most recently in these ways. First, Substitute Services has been busy ensuring that our guest teachers can access the guest teacher training developed by Digital Learning, which opened in our professional growth platform on October 2nd, 2020. On October 7th and 14th, virtual guest staff meetings were held to train our guest staff members to access professional growth training, to answer questions, and to provide mandatory COVID-19 training. The employment support team is working collaboratively with Digital Learning and building leaders to ensure a smooth transition for guest teachers to succeed in this remote learning environment. Our paraeducators also had the opportunity to participate in additional training during elementary conference week. During that week, including options of social emotional learning, iReady Math, developing self-management skills, and developing healthy relationship skills, and more. The Professional Development Office sponsored one KOP member from each building to attend the WASWUG or Skyward Conference earlier this month. This premier training opportunity for our school district office professionals provided an opportunity for 34 members to participate in this virtual three-day training. Now again, these are just a few examples of the instructional, operational, and community leadership work that is happening in Kent School District every day, even during this pandemic, as our staff continue to work from their own remote locations. Our Kent School District staff members care deeply about our students. They continue to make student-centric decisions, to work collaboratively district-wide toward the common goal of high achievement for all, and to instill a sense of hope and belief in our students. Now, this work is not easy, we do know that, and it will take all of us, students, families, staff, and our community working together to support a safe and successful 2020-2021 school year. Thank you for your continued partnership, and this concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. We're on to 4.01, legislative update, and I'm going to call on Director Vingadasalan to give her legislative update.
Thank you. Obviously everybody's in election mode at this point in time. Just want to bring your attention to some of the events that are happening legislative wise. Board superintendent teams across the state are encouraged to attend one of 3 virtual meetings. It's listening sessions with the House Education Committee. And that is happening tomorrow, November 12th and November 19th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. And you can register online, and you probably received an email Sunday inviting you to those listening sessions with the House Education Committee. And this is offered to the superintendent as well, not just the board. They're very clear in stating that they want active participation by the board superintendent and governance team. WASDA conference, of course, is happening on the 18th to the 20th. I will be traveling, so I'm unable to attend, but I know some of the board members are going to be there. There are also COVID-19 networking calls that are happening. Tomorrow is from 12 to 1 is one of the calls, and the final one is November 5th, 12 to 1 p.m. Mainly districts are sharing their strategies. So it's not so much an informational session as it is sharing of information by districts. Again, any board member or superintendent is encouraged to attend, and it does not matter if there are 2 or more board members present. Finally, I will only say go vote if you have not already. And that is the end of my report. The legislative priorities have not been gathered yet. It's coming soon, so we're eagerly awaiting to see what the top 5 priorities are that we're going to meet with legislators. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We're on to 5.0, recognition proclamations. And we're on to 5.01, America's Safe Schools Week. And I'd like to call on Vice President Denise Daniels to read the proclamation for American Safe Schools Week.
To unmute, sorry. It's loud downstairs. President Hamada. Whereas schools make substantial contributions to the future of America and to the development of our nation's young people as knowledgeable, responsible, and productive citizens. And whereas the National School Safety Center, state governors, and state school superintendents sponsor America's Safe Schools Week, the week of October 18th to the 24th, 2020. And whereas excellence in education is dependent on safe, secure, and peaceful school settings. And whereas the safety and well-being of many students, teachers, and school staff are unnecessarily jeopardized by crime and violence, such as substance abuse, gangs, bullying, poor discipline, vandalism, and absenteeism in our schools. And whereas it is the responsibility of all citizens to enhance the learning experiences of young people by helping to ensure fair and effective discipline, promote good citizenship, and generally make schools safe and secure. And whereas all leaders, especially those in education, law enforcement, government, and business, should eagerly collaborate with each other and the National School Safety Center, a partnership of the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Education, to focus public attention on school safety and identity, and identify, develop, and promote innovative answers to those critical issues. And whereas school safety programs in numerous schools and school districts throughout the country, along with national programs, are among those innovative answers. And whereas the observance of America's Safe School Week will substantially promote efforts to provide all our nation's schools with positive and safe learning climates. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors emphasizes the importance of making our schools safe, secure, and peaceful places for learning, teaching, and working, free of drugs, alcohol, weapons, and fear, and proclaims the week of October 18th through the 24th of 2020, America's Safe Schools Week in the Kent School District.
Thank you very much. We're on to 5.02, LGBT History Month. And I'd like to call on Director Leah Bowen to read the proclamation. Director Bowen.
Kent School District Proclamation, LGBT History Month. Whereas LGBT History Month celebrates the achievements of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals. And whereas in 1994, a Missouri high school teacher gathered other teachers and community leaders and selected the month of October to be dedicated to the celebration and teaching of gay and lesbian history. And whereas just under a quarter of students are taught LGBT history in schools, and only 4 states require its public schools to include LGBT history in the curriculum. And whereas LGBT History Month is recognized to remind both the LGBT and wider communities of the important roles LGBT individuals have played in creating the social, legal, and political worlds in which we live. And whereas the Kent School District Board believes in fostering an educational environment that is safe and free of discrimination for all students, regardless of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors recognizes the month of October as LGBT History Month and encourages the discussion of LGBT history in schools and classrooms during that time. Signed this 28th day of October, 2020.
Thank you very much. We're on to 5.03, National Physical Therapy Month. And I'd like to call on Director Michelle Bettinger to read that proclamation. Director Bettinger.
Whereas the Kent School District is committed to supporting students with special needs and providing every student with equal access to education, regardless of physical needs. Whereas the American Physical Therapy Association recognizes how physical therapists and their assistants improve people's lives by restoring and improving their abilities of movement. And whereas the Kent School District encourages staff, students, and community members to help increase awareness of the benefits of physical therapy during the month of October. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the month of October as National Physical Therapy Month in the Kent School District and calls upon all citizens and civic organizations to join in the national effort to raise awareness of physical therapy and how therapists and their assistants improve students' access to education. Signed this 28th day of October 2020 by the Kent School Board and Dr. Watts.
Thank you very much. We're on to 5.04 or 5.04, National School Bus Safety Week. And I'd like to call on Director Maya Vendagosalan to read the proclamation.
Yes, National School Bus Safety Week. Whereas National School Bus Safety Week is an active and evolving public education program and is an excellent way for parents, students, teachers, motorists, school bus operators, school administrators, and community members to join together to address the importance of school bus safety. And whereas Kent School District buses meet or exceed federal and state regulations and consistently receive a 100% passing score in the annual inspection by the State Patrol, and whereas prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, many students began and ended their day with a school bus ride, approximately 10,000 students were transported daily on 129 routes and 155 school buses traveling approximately 1,548,530 miles each year. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic school closure, transportation employees continue to provide a variety of supports, including assisting with meal delivery, device delivery, and out-of-district student transportation. And whereas the key to school bus safety lies in qualified, competent, and capable school bus drivers, mechanics, and support staff, And whereas this year's theme for National School Bus Safety Week is Red Lights Mean Stop, the board recognizes the high caliber of the transportation team and commends staff for their exemplary job of safely transporting students. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors emphasizes the importance of student safety and proclaims the week of October 19 to the 23rd National School Bus Safety Week in the Kent School District. Signed this 28th day of October 2020 by the school board and Dr. Watts.
Thank you very much. We're on to 7.0, Board of Directors, discussion and approval. And 7.01 is the second reading and approval of policy 3205, sexual harassment of students prohibited. I'll entertain a motion.
Excuse the interruption. We missed the presentation on dyslexia.
Sorry about that. You are absolutely correct. Okay, yes, you're right. Forgive me. I'll get it right eventually. Forgive me. 6.0 presentation, dyslexia awareness. President or myself will call on Dr. Watts to introduce Chief Danelle West to begin the presentation. Dr. Watts.
Thank you, President Hamada and members of the board, staff, and Ms. Halley. I would like to, first of all, thank in advance Chief Academic Officer Danelle West for introducing the dyslexia awareness presentation and supporting staff who will assist with this presentation. Danelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hamada, Vice President Daniels, Board of Directors, Superintendent Watts, and Ms. Howley. This evening, Cynthia Green, the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and I will be providing some information and heightening awareness around dyslexia and the dyslexia law and where we are in KSD. So we have a few goals for our presentation this evening. We'd like to provide an overview of the legislative updates and the implications for our work in KSD. We also want to spend some time to explore the knowledge, skills, and practices that are required for effective implementation in order to meet the needs of our students. We also will call out some of the current resources that we have available in Kent that are aligned with this new law that could help us foster more successful implementation. And then we'll sort of close with next steps, where we're headed, and allow some time for the board to pose questions. So I wanted to just kind of ground our presentation in the vision for KSD. And the vision for KSD is the guidepost for the work that we do in teaching and learning. Our target continues to be a guaranteed viable curriculum that supports our students in achieving our vision. A strong literacy program is critical in our ability to live this vision. Although we are focusing on dyslexia this evening, explicit instruction grounded in the science of reading is critical to the success of each and every student. And I wanted to read this quote from Sally Shaywitz in Overcoming Dyslexia. Teaching a dyslexic child to read is based on the same principles used to teach any child to read. Since the neural systems responsible for transforming print into language may not be as responsive as in any other children, however, the instruction must be relentless and amplified in every way possible so that it penetrates and takes hold. And this is really how we are approaching this work and preparing ourselves to implement and meet the requirements of this new law. So I wanted to just take a couple of minutes and do a quick update on how this law came into action and what our target is for 2021. So this visual maps out the legislative work, the OSPI process and guidance that leads to district implementation in the 2021 school year. In summary, this new law requires implementation beginning in the 2021 school year for each school district to use multi-tiered systems of support to provide interventions to students in kindergarten through second grade who display indications of or areas of weakness associated with dyslexia. And one of the significant parts of this process is implementation of a early screener, universal screener for all K2 students. So what this looks like are kindergartners in fall, January, and spring will have be assessed on specific skills associated with the dyslexia. The International Dyslexia Association defines a screener as a brief assessment of a skill or ability that is highly predictive of a later outcome. And universal screeners are typically required to identify students who are at risk of increased reading difficulty in the area of assessed needs. This screener, or the screeners that have been identified as a part of this law, are required at 3 intervals throughout the year. We've highlighted the specific skills that are assessed in each interval. And for our kindergartners, notice that WA-KIDS is just listed as a general assessment. A part of the WA-KIDS whole child assessment has a portion that's focused specifically on literacy, and that aligns with the skills that are assessed throughout the remainder of the year. Now, it may look like a new aggressive assessment schedule. But this assessment cadence currently aligns with our current assessment schedule for K2. A couple of unique pieces that I think is important to call out is that the rapid automized naming assessment is new for kindergartners. Oops, sorry. And this will be sort of a different way or a new assessment that would require some one-on-one support from their instructor. So we wanted to also begin to outline specifically what it means for a multi-tiered system of support. Because so a lot of what you're seeing is a lot of educational jargon. So we want to try to unpack some of that language in this presentation so you have an idea of what this really means and how it translates into our practice. And Cynthia is going to talk through these pieces.
Good evening, President Hamada, Vice President Daniels, Board Directors, Superintendent Watson, Ms. Holly. I'm Cynthia Green, and I'm pleased tonight to share with you a little bit about multi-tiered systems of support and the science of reading and literacy instruction and how it connects with upcoming laws around dyslexia. And of course, a little bit of our student data to show you where we are and look at where we're going as we progress through the school year and supporting all of our students with literacy instruction. This graphic here of multi-tiered systems of support comes from OSPI. And what it really tells us when we look at multi-tiered systems of support, we're looking at core instruction, and then we're looking at levels of instruction that are targeted to support interventions when we see that kids have skill gaps. And so if you notice in this graphic, overall, all students receive access to core instruction, and then some students need specialized instruction to support gaps, and a very small percentage of students, when your triangle is balanced, your data is balanced, are needing very intensive interventions. And this process applies to academics and behavior. And so within this MTSS system, there are supports for all students, and then we're using our data to identify which students need more support. And this process will be the process to support our students that show the early indicators of dyslexia to help support to close any learning gaps and make sure that we're delivering instruction in a way that meets student needs. On this slide here, this breaks down multi-tiered systems of support through a reading lens. And when we talk about tiered instruction, it's important to note that we're always talking about instruction and not students. So students, we may identify skill gaps, but which tier of instruction students are receiving is just supporting the skill gap that they have. And so overall, tier 1 instruction is core instruction, that all students receive that instruction based on their grade level. Tier 2 targeted intervention is more systematic, explicit, supportive, engaging, and motivating. And sometimes we just have students that need more time with the content. And Tier 2 supports targeted intervention. They may fall into there, and more frequency. And then also the opportunity for growth monitoring to ensure in time that they're making adequate progress with their learning. Tier 3 services and supports for students is the most intensive intervention. And it's where we need to be most systematic, explicit, supportive, engaging, and motivating, and more repetitions for students, more opportunities for practices of those skills to ensure that they're making growth and achievement. The science of reading is, there's a great deal of information, although it's not new information. There's multiple bodies of research that have converged to provide us with the science of reading, and it's really how we explicitly instruct literacy. And so the simple view of reading is shared a lot, and what it shares with us here, we really look at two processes. So word recognition processes, as we're establishing foundational literacy with students, and language comprehension processes. And so when you have a typical reader, their word recognition processes and language comprehension processes are good in both directions. When we have a student that has dyslexia, their language comprehension processes are good, but the way they recognize and process words is difficult. And so knowing and understanding how to support them instructionally with that will make a big difference as they grow and accelerate as readers and find success. So the simple view of reading teaches us really that word recognition is also referred to as decoding words, and language comprehension, our ability to understand what we read, leads to fluent readers that comprehend what they're reading. And so this next slide here too, for educators, they're familiar with Scarborough's rope, and it really breaks that down. The word recognition part of learning to read, particularly for our K2 readers, is that they're recognizing words, they understand individual letter sounds and identifying their letters, and then we move into phonics and spelling and the ability to decode those words and recognize words by sight, all the while bringing along skills for language comprehension. And when those skills come together as we support and teach reading, we're increasing automaticity for students, and we're building them, we're building vocabulary and ensuring that we have fluent, skilled readers that are understanding what they're reading. If we miss an opportunity to support our students with word recognition, or if students have challenge as they're building their foundation with word recognition, it becomes difficult to be a fluent reader, and it impacts our ability to understand what we're reading, because all of our brain is working so hard to decode those words, and we're stuck on the word recognition. So ensuring that we are really supporting our students with the instructional skills that they need, and if there's a gap, knowing exactly where to go as instructors to support our students so that they're fluent and they find success as readers. Nancy Young's ladder of reading is important and is shared widely through science of reading presentations. And what really strikes me about this is that when we think about the type of instruction that all of our students need to be skilled readers with automaticity and fluency, is that in any given classroom, maybe 5% of your students learn to read effortlessly. And so that might be one, maybe two students in a classroom that fall into that category. 35% or so of our students learning to read is relatively easy with broad instruction, but all students are advantaged by a structured literacy approach. 40 to 50% of our students absolutely need structured literacy approach. It's essential for them to make meaning of their learning to read. And then 10 to 15% of students, which may have indicators of dyslexia or be dyslexic, really absolutely need a structured literacy approach to be successful and thrive, and to find that success as a reader. So making sure that as we're screening, the early screening for dyslexia as we prepare to implement this law, but also making sure that everyone that is instructing literacy is equipped to deliver that explicit, systematic instruction that supports our students to be at their best and to grow. This is a quick snapshot of our fall iReady data based on the Back to School Task Force. iReady is the data point that we used as a universal screener, and it was administered for the first time outside of the school building as we're in the distance learning model. And what we see here in this data set, I want to draw your attention to, we have this triangle that's showing where our students are performing on grade level. So students that are on grade level are within tier 1, they're either on or above grade level. And we have about 35% of our students, K9 and KSD for ELA, on this one data point showing that they're performing on grade level. 31% of our students are showing that they need more support, that they're working possibly below grade level up to a year. And 33% of students on this assessment are showing that they're at risk for needing tier 3 supports, which is falling below grade level 2 years or more. And when you look at the placement by domain, this is telling us, if you think about what we just saw in the chart with word recognitions, our phonological awareness, our phonics and high frequency word, our students are progressing there. And then with vocabulary comprehension for literature and informational texts, we have some students that are on track and some students that need some more support. So in order to support what is coming up with the dyslexia law and ensuring that our students are strong, fluent readers and that our teachers are equipped with the right resource, we really are looking at the responsibility and the charge of teaching and learning to look at how we pull together guaranteed and viable curriculum, the professional development that we support, that our instruction is aligned, that our curriculum is strong, and that our assessment is measuring what students are learning. And then we have the tools to ensure that where there are skill gaps, we're closing those gaps for our students. And with that, I'll hand it back to Danelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. So what are our next steps? Like, how do we prepare for what will be some shifts in our practice and equipping our staff, our leaders, in addition to our team internally, to make sure that we have a common language and understanding about the requirements that we need to be in compliance, but most importantly, really deepening our skills and our knowledge base so that we are equipped to better support students. So one of the things that we started last year was KSD formed a dyslexia advisory group made up of parents, teachers, paraeducators, school psychologists, principals, assistant principals, university partners, members of teaching and learning, and literacy consultants in the area. And we had a pretty regular cadence meeting up until COVID closure. And during that time, this group really outlined 5 pretty significant goals about how we should go about engaging in this work to support implementation in KSD. And, you know, I have to say, although the group would love to be here to present this evening, we would like to take advantage of another opportunity, potentially a future work session, where we can bring the group in and share more updates and progress of where we are in our planning. And so the goals that they identified was really, and one of the things that we also talked about was creating that common understanding around dyslexia, because there are certainly some misconceptions that are held about our students that are dyslexic, and also just notification and supports that are provided to support students. We also, the advisory group also wanted a really clearly defined process for screening and instructional supports for students that are at risk, and for students that are currently in KSD who have a dyslexic diagnosis, K-12. So really looking beyond that K-2 expectation that's mapped out in the law, to identify instructional based resources and practices to support students with dyslexia. And a part of that work is what Cynthia was presenting earlier, is about really being really strong in our own knowledge and understanding around the science of reading, and how to target skills that where we begin to see gaps in where our students are, and really changing and shifting potentially some of our instructional practices and how we provide interventions to students. We also want to begin to build and replenish our current resources to effectively implement and sustain this work over time, and have a really clear, comprehensive professional learning plan for our staff and administrators. In addition to the work of this advisory group, members of the advisory group, in addition to various stakeholders from communities within KSD, we're joining a PSESD Literacy Assessment PLC to continue to collaborate across the region and to help plan for implementation. So I know there's a little bit of a risk sharing a timeline and an action plan for where we are, but this is just sort of a draft plan based on the planning that's happened with the advisory group, the goals that have been identified and mapped out to really meet the goals that the advisory group has put together, in addition to the legislative mandates. And this is a roadmap of actions that need to happen for us to be ready for full implementation in 21-22. Some of these items on this timeline may shift as the advisory group continues to work, and we will have a final plan to share later in the year. But there's a lot of work and preparation that will be required in order for us to be ready in the fall of next year. And so having a clear roadmap for where we're headed is critical and important. We also, when the presentation is posted, there's some links here to some additional learning resources for the public and for the board if you want to continue to explore and learn more about dyslexia, and continue to ask questions and identify where areas where we could grow or different things that we might need to consider in our process. So I'd like to thank you for the time to present this evening. And if you have any questions regarding the content of the presentation, we are open to take those questions at this time.
I have a general question, Ms. West, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're virtually learning forever, but let's say that 21 comes and the fall of 21, we might still be virtually doing our work, let's hope not, but can the plan that you have be implemented in equal amounts or delivered equally virtually as in person?
So I think that that's a really interesting question. And so there are some things that are really, that could work in our benefit. Although there may not have been a lot of joy that came with our screener this fall being iReady and being done virtually and also being administered K-9 this year. iReady is actually an approved universal screener for dyslexia by OSPI. iReady already has kind of mapped into their recent updates how they are extracting the data from our diagnostic screener that we typically administer every year in identifying those students that are at risk K2. In addition, they have instructional resources that are provided to align with that. And they've also included the RAN screener as well as a tool that could be used. So I think our learning from this fall it has almost given us a little bit of a jump start if for whatever reason we continue to be in a virtual space when we transition to the fall of 2021, 22. Yeah, so did that answer your question?
Right. And like I'm saying, let's just say, well, we probably have never experienced it, but let's say we have a couple weeks of ice and snow here. Our climate majorly changes and we go virtually again, maybe not from a pandemic, but from that. I hear you saying that we could probably still deliver a product that would be accessible virtually for dyslexia issues also.
Yes. And again, that's if we select to use iReady as a screener. And I think we'll have some opportunities in the spring, reaching out to schools to see if we have folks that are interested in actually piloting or looking at some of this data and looking at this process with our winter and spring assessment. So it'll give us some real authentic learning to help us know how to troubleshoot and plan ahead. And I think starting in a virtual environment, it almost prepares us for some of the biggest challenges that we would have delivering electronically based assessment in addition to doing that remotely and not being present face-to-face with the students in the classroom, which is how we've traditionally administered iReady in the past.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate, thank you, Mr. Green and Chief West on the, on the details of just the whole word recognition. So important, all of that instructional supports that you're providing. My concern has always been is that, yes, we are looking at K through 2, which is great. And I saw that the group is looking at a K through 12 model. But what is preventing? Is it the money issue, the legislature from going to K through 2, or do you see in the future that is going to change into middle schools? I don't really understand what happens after second grade. Do they go back to their old ways, or how? I mean, they're losing out if they don't continue these strategies and supports. So
yeah, so I don't think the intent of the law, and I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of those that were involved in putting this together, but I don't feel like the intent of the law was to limit this work to just K2. And in the best practice guidance that OSPI recently put together, it indicates throughout those documents about continuing to support students throughout their educational career. And I think what that means for us in Kent, and it was certainly a strong recommendation that came from that advisory group, is we have to really build a system-wide MTSS structure for academics. Right now, it's it's implemented at the school level, and it's school driven and it's school defined, and not taking away that autonomy, but also providing some additional system level resources and a foundation for schools to build from will be important. And that's the work that our team started this fall. And we're continuing to explore and build what that system of resources and support would look like. And our goal is to really begin to look at how can we start rolling out professional development for teachers early in this process. Districts across the country who have laws on the books around dyslexia typically have something that's required for all staff, regardless of the levels. Like, it's not just an elementary thing. There are some pieces that are required for all teachers, so that there is a heightened awareness because those students are in each of our classrooms in each of our buildings. And it's not that we necessarily need to call that out, but we do need to structure our instruction and provide resources and interventions to ensure every student has an opportunity to be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was really good. So I'm assuming that, and maybe I'm wrong, that new curriculum will probably be on the horizon to be purchased. Yes.
Well, you're trying to get me in trouble. So I have, shared, internally with the team that this is almost like the perfect storm. Because we do have a curriculum adoption that's coming up for elementary reading. We have this new law, and then we also have I guess the impacts of COVID closure, and students who didn't have like full access to the scope of learning in the spring when there was an emergency closure. And that, coupled with summer slide and starting a new year in a remote environment, all of those pieces together, I think, compounds our need to really take advantage of this opportunity and think about how can we accelerate learning for our students who may have some gaps or who may have fallen further behind. And how do we do it in a structured way that really builds a strong foundation, so regardless of where students are, everyone has a place to grow.
Great. And so would the committee be involved in that too? Because I see that you're also looking for people to be on the instructional materials committee, not you personally, or maybe you personally, but the whole department is looking for citizens to be involved with the instructional materials committee. So will that be, that's obviously, yes, going to be shared with that committee, those advisory?
Yes, any curriculum adoption goes through a curriculum review process that is typically with the grade level teachers and principals for where that curriculum might sit before it moves to the instructional materials committee. They typically narrow to one or two resources that go to instructional materials committee for review.
Great. Thank you for this. And to you and Ms. Green, thank you.
Chief West, just a general question that I know it's not covered in preschools. You know, we don't take on preschools, but is there any reports in showing that if they're doing this testing even before kindergarten, that there are some better results? Have you seen any studies on that at all?
I mean, most of the research would say that early access to literacy instruction and supports any student as they're learning to read. And it's interesting that you brought up preschool, because that's one of the pieces where our team, as we're identifying and finalizing our curriculum adoption schedule, there's several areas that have traditionally been missed on, like the current board adopted curriculum adoption roadmap. Preschool is not included, and we have preschool programs that exist in the district. So that's one of the things when we present that updated information to the board, you'll see that we're really looking at not just preschool, but our inclusive ed, and really pulling together all of our programs into one sort of uniform process that allows us to not only see when we adopted particular resources, but to also ensure that the resources are research-based, that we're adopting as a part of that process. If needed, what supplemental resources would be required as well.
Well, I see. I mean, I've visited and been on tours and given out resources to ACAP and ECAP and seen the results of starting so much earlier and on so many things has helped kids so much that I would think that this might be a natural way if we ever get into the business of doing that too early on. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
I don't see any, Chief West. I want to thank you and Ms. Green for an excellent presentation and for all the hard work you're doing there. So thank you very much for this presentation this evening. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me.
Sorry. I was gonna say it was really interesting. It was a lot of stuff I didn't know that the school district is doing for the kids. So I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad I didn't skip right over that. It was a pretty important presentation. Moving right along here. We are now up to 7.0, Board of Directors discussion and approval. And 7.01 is the second reading and approval of policy 3205, sexual harassment of students prohibited. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 7.01, second reading and approval of policy 3205, sexual harassment of students prohibited.
I'll second.
Discussion. Seeing no discussion. All right, I'm going to call for a vote on 7.01, second reading and approval of policy 1305. It has been moved and seconded to approve that, sexual harassment of students prohibited. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 7.02, second reading and approval of policy 3424, opiate-related overdose reversal. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve agenda item 7.02, second reading and approval of policy 3424, opioid-related overdose reversal.
Second.
Discussion.
This just means we're doing such a good job with our work sessions.
Seeing no discussions, I'll now go for a vote on 7.02, the second reading and approval of policy 3424. It has been moved and seconded for opioid-related overdose reversal. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 7.03, second reading and approval of policy 3432 emergencies. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve agenda item 7.03, second reading and approval of policy 3432, emergencies.
I second.
Discussion. Discussion. Boy, we're on a roll here. It has been moved and seconded on 7.03, second reading and approval of policy 3432, emergencies. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 7.04, the second reading and approval of KSD policy 4312, complaints regarding employees, will be renamed and renumbered to policy 4220, complaints concerning staff or program. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve agenda item 7.04, second reading and approval of KSD policy 4312. Complaints regarding employees will be renamed and renumbered to policy 4220, complaints concerning staff or program.
I second.
Discussion. Discussion. I'm calling for.
One moment, please. I'm sorry. Can you
Sorry,
give me
go
1
ahead.
second?
Of course.
Okay, I may have missed this, but okay, so we added complaints against this was on WASDA's. The complaints regarding instructional materials should be pursued in a manner provided. And is that something we added? I can't remember. I apologize for the curriculum development.
That's part of the WASDA piece, and it's because it
Yeah.
would then conflict with our instructional materials committee process, because we
Okay.
have a formal committee as well that addresses that. And there's a procedure of how the community is involved in adoption of and purchase of new curriculum in
Okay.
terms of instructional materials. So that's
That's-
why that language there, because that's also WASDA model policy. So it's probably so that they don't compete with
Okay,
that
got it.
process.
All right, thank you. I'm good.
Discussion, any further discussion? Okay, I'm calling for a vote on 7.04, the second reading and approval of KSD policy 4312. Complaints regarding employees will be renamed and renumbered to policy 4220, complaints concerning staff or program. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Okay.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 7.05, the second reading and approval of policy 50110, non-discrimination and affirmative action. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we approve the second reading and approval of policy 5010, non-discrimination and affirmative action.
I'll
Second.
second. Okay.
Discussion. Discussion. All right, I'm calling for a vote on 7.05, the second reading and approval of policy 5010, non-discrimination and affirmative action. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 7.06, second reading and approval of renumbering of policy 6580, key control. KSD current policy 6580, key control, to be renumbered to policy 6987, key control. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the second reading and approval of renumbering of policy 6580, key control, KSD, current policy 6580, key control to be renumbered to policy 6987, key control.
Second.
Discussion.
Excuse me, board directors, I just want to provide a little bit of context for this one and a reminder that there was no change to this policy. We needed to renumber it so that we could address the policy 6580 WASDA model policy that's on the next agenda item. And at a time that it's appropriate, after consulting with our facilities and security staff, we would bring you revisions of 6580, but that's why it's being, well, formally 6580, but that's why it's on the agenda with no changes.
Great. But we still have to vote on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. All right, any more discussion? Discussion. Seeing none, I'm calling for a vote on 7.06, second reading and approval of renumbering of policy 6580, key control, KSD, current policy 6580, key control to be renumbered to policy 6987, key control. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 7.07, second reading and approval of policy 6580, Community of Operations Plan, KSD current policy 6580, key control, will be renumbered. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve agenda item 7.07, second reading and approval of policy 6580, continuity of operations plan, KSD current policy 6580, key control will be renumbered.
I second.
Discussion.
No.
Discussion. I'm calling for a vote on 7.07, second reading and approval of policy 6580, continuity of operations plan, KSD current policy 6580, key control will be renumbered. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 7.08, dynamic language translation services. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion we approve dynamic language translation services.
I'll second.
Discussion? Discussion? I'm
I
calling.
did ask why there wasn't competitive bid on this, but it looks like we have been using some sort of a purchasing cooperative agreement, and we've been using them for a while. So thank you for the explanation, Director Pan.
Any further discussion? Discussion. Okay, I'm calling for a vote on 7.08, dynamic language translation services. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 7.09, school network infrastructure refresh, phase 4 schools. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion we approve 7.09 school network infrastructure refresh phase 4 schools.
I second.
Discussion. Discussion.
No, these, like I said at our last meeting, it's very helpful. There's a lot of information in these narratives, and it's really helpful.
All right, I'm calling for a vote on 7.09, School Network Infrastructure Refresh Phase 4 schools. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 7.10. Schools Out, Washington Refugee School Impact Grant Award to Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve agenda item 7.10, Schools Out Washington Refugee School Impact Grant Award to the Kent School District.
I second.
Discussion.
Question. And then we're serving 90 students, at least 90 students. Do we have a estimate of what the needs are? How many refugee students we have in our district? And I apologize for not asking this question earlier, but.
Oh, no, that's fine. Director Venkatasalam, Randy Heath, Executive Director, Student and Family Support can answer part of the questions. I know for this specific grant, each year that we get the allocation, we're required to identify those students. And so certainly we have data from previous awards, but this is a new award. So we'll be doing that same process. So Randy, if you'd like to add some additional information.
Yeah, I should clarify. This is serving secondary schools, right? So what does the elementary supports look like? You know, we lost our refugee committee, or forgot what the name was, RTC.
Mm-hmm.
And so how are we supporting? We don't have our liaisons anymore, right?
No, we
do.
We have one.
We have one liaison.
We do, yes, and she helps coordinate these services. This grant does have a focus on secondary students first, but it allows us to also serve elementary, and in the past we always have, and the plan is to serve that, but we are the priority does lie at the secondary level, and so we always serve a number of students at Kent Meridian High School, which has our largest population of refugee students, and so.
Okay.
I don't have an exact number for you this year, but I can get that for you and include it in board communication this week. So.
And
Thank you.
How are we implementing this based on COVID? Are they just participating after school in Zoom, or I'm sorry, team meetings, etc.?
Right. So today, what we have on here is the acceptance of the grant from Schools Out Washington. We're in the process of putting this out to for proposals from different groups, community-based organizations, and we will bring that back before the board when we have a contract to bring to you and be able to give you more specifics about what the programs will look like.
Great, because it's, that's one of the things I think right now that, I think a lot of these students need that after school support. So great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, so I'm calling for a vote on 7.10, Schools Out Washington Refugee School Impact Grant Award to Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. All right, we're on to 8.0, consent agenda. I would like to ask any of the board if they wish to pull a consent agenda item for discussion.
I would just like to pull 8.03, the agenda request form.
Any others? Okay, seeing none. So I'm going to entertain a motion on accepting the consent agenda 8.01, 8.02, 8.04, 8.05, 8.06, 8.07. Do I need to read each one of those?
I'll move to approve consent agenda minus 8.03.
I second.
Discussion. Okay, I'm calling for a vote. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda items 8.01, 8.02, 8.04, 8.05, 8.06, 8.07, and pulling 8.03. Signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 8.03, Board Director Agenda Request Form.
I make a motion. I'm sorry. I make a motion we approve 8.03 Board Director Agenda Request Form.
I'll second.
I pulled it just for one little thing is I just realized, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this last minute, but I just realized there's just no system to number it, to keep track. And I was just making a suggestion that we just add one little line in there so we can track it with a number, somehow a number system.
I don't follow sorry, where are you saying number?
Just on the form, if there's just, so that it doesn't get confused, that there's just adding a number, so that probably it would be something that the board president or board secretary would assign it a number based on when it came in. A simple way to number it is just like with the date and then letter A or letter B or letter C. Does that make sense? Just some type of numbering system so we can keep track.
So what happens though if there's like a couple of agenda items submitted and then there's one more critical than the other? Or if the one is not able to be addressed, or one is able to be addressed more soon? Is it just for your tracking purposes, or it just
it's just simply, it would be simply just for tracking. So like, okay, I got, the president and superintendent got this on 10/29/2020, and it's the first one, so it's A. It's dated, it's numbered 10/28/2020 A, and it's just merely in order received or whatever. It doesn't indicate anything other than just a numbering system and a way to track so that they don't get lost or fall through the cracks.
Mr. Leonard, could you please help me with this? I mean, can we at this point accept a friendly amendment to that, or first we'd have to vote on the motion, or?
Yeah, since the motion is already pending, you would have to either vote it down and then re-propose the motion. I know that's cumbersome, but because you already have a motion that's been approved, you would have to take the vote. It would just require another motion if you want to amend it or change it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Any discussion on that before we? Okay.
So I guess just for me, if we don't add a numbering system, how is it going to be tracked?
Well, I think probably by date. I can't imagine that many will come in on the same day. So I don't think it's going to be this influx of agenda item requests.
Yeah, if we put the date on there.
Yeah, I think that would be sufficient.
Well, you're saying we
Sounds
may
good.
have a few on that same date. Yeah.
But then wouldn't you be able to use the date and the subject to track it?
Sure.
If there was more than one?
Yeah.
It's a new process, so I think we'll monitor how effective, efficient, or if there are any adjustments that need to be made along the way. But I think the date works well to monitor for.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull it just to bring that up, that there, if there was a monitoring and a way to make sure we close the loop.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that.
All right, looks like we're concluding our discussion. So I'm going to ask for a vote on acceptance of 8.03 Board Director Agenda Request Form. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions? The motion carries, so I don't think we need to entertain another motion. Okay. All right, we're on to 9.0, informational. revisions to procedure 3241P, student discipline. Is somebody going to address that this evening?
Yes, President Hamada. Executive Director Randy Heath is here to answer any questions. This is informational. And so if there are any questions, he'd be happy to address them.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the other informational under 9.0, which is new procedure 6970P, naming schools and district facilities. Are there any discussions or questions regarding that?
I'm just excited to hear what the different names that schools are going to come up with.
Yeah. Isn't that a fun thing to do?
Oh, it was controversial. It was
Oh,
right.
no.
Phoenix Academy.
Oh, no, we can't have controversy. Any other further discussions? Okay, then I'm going to move on. Well, 10.0, we have no more communication because we only had one in the beginning. So now we're on to the board reports and discussion. And who would like to go first? Director Bowen?
Sure. So last week, along with other members of the board, I attended a coaching and learning with racial equity meeting through PSESD, and that's an ongoing 6-week training that we will be taking. And I found it to be very informational, but also, you also have to take a hard look at yourself too. And when we're in breakout groups, it can be a little intimidating sometimes, just because, you don't want to be the only person sharing stuff or the only one, saying, oh, well, I think this way, and have everybody else think another way. But I really like the way that the two moderators really, handled the presentation and answered questions. I'm looking forward to going again tomorrow and learning more about that. And I'll have more to report on that at the next board meeting.
Okay, Director Bettinger.
Yep. I just want to remember all these things. First, I just wanted to thank our school staff and students who continue to do their best in this learning environment. And I'm very excited to go to first grade next week. And I would also hope that, I don't know. We'll talk about, we'll consult later, but I'm going to first grade and I'm very excited. I hope I can keep up. I probably won't be able to. And then next, I just want to thank Dr. Harmon and her team and my board colleagues for all the policies we've been able to review. It makes my little heart very warm when I can see that we're accomplishing these things, and I really do appreciate it. It's really an example, and kind of goes off what we did earlier with the work session, is what we get on the calendar gets accomplished, and it's kind of what it falls off what we budget for, we get accomplished too. So it's been encouraging, and I really want to thank everyone for the hard work that's happened. I also want to thank everyone in the community for the amazing response to the boundary study survey and the thought exchange for the regarding school resource officers. Again, it's really important. I'm encouraged that I think you said 265 students, Dr. Watts, participated in that discussion. So that's very important to me. And I kind of mentioned it before. There is a volunteer opportunity. The board has been asked to make recommendations for community members to sit on the instructional materials committee. So if you are interested, reach out to the board. That's important work, and as we can see, Ms. West was sharing, we've got some things to review this year. that's exciting. And I really appreciated that. I know that that's come up a lot in emails, what we're doing for our students regarding dyslexia. So it's encouraging to get that presentation tonight. I also want to say too that I'm really excited that the majority of the board is able to participate in that coaching and leading for racial equity. It's a 6-week series. And it's important, imperfect, and messy work. And I'm really glad I'm getting a chance to lean in and participate. And it's, it's one of the interesting things is that our first session, we had a land acknowledgement and we talked about it. And then we had a breakout talking about, understanding the land in which we're sitting on now and the tribes and their history and things. And I know that that is something that we teach in our district. So I am sending out an invitation to any teachers when they're teaching that curriculum. I would like to sit in and really understand so that I can really educate myself on how we are teaching our students, because it's very important. And I did take some time this week to read about the tribes in our area. And also I shared this in my breakout group. I spent a lot of time on the Washington coast with the Shoalwater Bay reservation and tribe. And when I was a child, because my grandfather had friends. And so we would spend a lot of time there. So it was like, I did a lot of reading too about that tribe since I spent a lot of time there as a child. So it's all good work. In addition, I've been reading and studying white fragility and how to be an anti-racist. So if anyone wants to have book discussion with me, I'm open to that. And so that's really all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. And I too look forward to the session tomorrow and also the WASA conference that's coming up towards the end of November, because I always learn a lot there too as well.
Director Vinda.
Yes, I want to thank our community partners at Music for Life. Had a great visit with them and so impressed with all of the work that they're doing on behalf of our students. They shared, not only are they collecting instruments for our students, they're also doing very active fundraising and gaining donations, working with, really growing not just our instruments, but also our music programs, our vocal music programs, and, getting all of the necessary support students need, including stands and recorders and harmonicas and all of those things that our students have a difficult time gaining access to. And so thank you so much for all the work you're doing. I thank you, Allison Johnson, for inviting me to the meeting. It was a board meeting, and it was really nice to see even our school district folks are involved in it. Dr. White and Mr. Smith, thank you. I also wanted to talk about a visit Dr. Watson and I had with Mother Africa and the families of Mother Africa. And they were very, very active. I think there were, I don't remember how many people, 90 people or so on our Zoom meeting, and very, very interested in hearing all about our technology, how we can be more supportive, understanding, how the children can learn English faster. There were a number of questions, and Dr. Watson and I debriefed the next day to kind of gather all that information to share with staff. And I was also thinking about having some sort of a manual that can be built, a family engagement manual that can be built out of this. I know we do things like our business manual, which I think is fantastic, what we're doing on the business side. We really need to put some emphasis on our family engagement programs and what we can do, during this COVID period. How can we help, with the resources available? So it was really great. We have a number of things there: online learning, mental health, all sorts of issues came up, and we'll kind of hopefully maybe Dr. Watts, so we can gather that list and talk about that with the entire board soon. Then I also wanted to thank our educators at Meadow Ridge. I had a great 6th grade visit on Monday, and I am my heart is just full with Mother Africa and with our students, 6th grade students. I was so happy to thank you, Mrs. Challant. I hope I said that right. Challant's classroom. And we went through reading passages and unit measures, and just really excited to see our kids learn, but also had some concerns about how our educators are keeping up. I mean, you see the complexities there when you're watching, and how they try to manage and balance, you know, the ones who are overachievers, and then there are those who are shy, can't speak up, and then there are those who are just disinterested. And how do you balance all of that while you're providing instructions? So just my hats off to our teachers, you know, during this time. I don't know how you do it. Thank you for everything you're doing there. And then finally, I will be going to 1st grade class on Friday. And so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Vice President Daniels.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to say thank you to all of those that are here, all the presentations. Your work is appreciated. So thank you for the time and effort that you put into it. I know makes a long day, long work days for you guys, so it's appreciated. I also want to thank all of the staff. I had the opportunity last Tuesday to sit in, I believe it was a 2nd grade class, Mr. Mary at Meridian Elementary. And I have to say it was a stark difference to me peeking in on my junior who manages to prop her laptop on top of her bed just so that she can close her hoodie and only her eyes are peeking out. And these young people who were fighting to get to the screen, very excited. He did a wonderful job of checking in with each and every student. And I love that he did a check-in first to see how they're doing, how they're feeling. He had some amazing charts and just a really, really wonderful and creative. And I agree, it is a task. And so our educators are doing amazing work. And so I don't know that most people have that insight as to everything that it takes to do what they're doing. So thank you so much. That said, I wish all of you a good evening. So I didn't have a lot today. So, but thank you so much for attending, and thank you for all the work you're doing, and hang in there. And I appreciate all the parents who are hanging in there. I know I can't imagine having a younger child. I mean, my 16-year-old is enough, but I know parents who have younger children, and you know, I just am just in awe of how you manage and how you balance, and recognizing too, the parents are also really stepping up and doing some amazing things, supporting their students. And it's definitely not easy. I'm very impressed with what's happening. So thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. And my report starts with, it was my great pleasure to attend the Music for Life meeting on October 15th, 2020, and I thank you for the invitation. And Music for Life has donated and repaired musical instruments at no charge to public school districts. I believe they mentioned as an organization, and that's just not the Kent one, that they have supplied 28,000 instruments to students in various districts. That's pretty mind-boggling. And the Kent program, I guess, became official about in November 29th on 2018. And just personally, I'd like to take a moment and thank the Booster Club and some of the leaders that were on that. Hera Bueller, Christine Cobley, Cynthia Boyd, Brenda Farwell, Don Gregory, Allison Johnson, David Endicott, Kate Matos, John Oliver, Skip Rowland, Chris White, Brian Smith, Harry and March Williams. And it had a lot of strong support from Rotary Club of Kent and the Kent Arts Commission when they started up. So just a shout out to our community people who are always involved, and looking forward to seeing what they can continue to do. On October 22nd at 9 a.m., I started a PSED course in coaching and leading for racial equity. It is a six-week course for 2 hours every Thursday morning. And tomorrow's assignment you might want to be interested in is The Power of an Illusion, The House We Live In. I already watched that movie and it was quite interesting and educational. I hope to pick up more knowledge on how our systems have developed and created barriers for people of color to accumulate wealth and many, many other things. And hopefully the classes will help me in the work of creating more justice and humanizing in our schools and institutions. So I'm looking forward to that. I like going to school. I love to learn. And one of the most exciting things when I was little was to go back to school, kind of different than some kids, but I loved it. On October 22nd, that same day in the evening from 5 to 6, I attended Bridges to Safety, which was put on by ESD 105. And two of the SROs were on the panel. We're from, a lot of them from around the state, but Karen Davey and Jana Wilson were some of the SORs from our district that participated. And it was, of course, moderated by a special friend of mine, Erin Jones. And just some takeaways from this, because I didn't really report to anybody else about this, but they had officers from all over the state, from Spokane to over here in Seattle. But I'm just going to name off some of the things that the officers talked about in their, they went around and did kind of ask about different questions on what they did and how they handled things, and got rid of some of the misconceptions about what SROs do in the schools. And from school district to school district, it is a little different. But Eric Richardson, who self-explained to us that he was 6'7" from Spokane Public Schools, said that he had to overcome a pretty big problem, that he was pretty intimidated just by his size when he walked into the school. So he said he had to develop a more softer approach, was one of his challenges. And he said he worked on that. He's volunteered in the community. He's been a family mentor. He says on several occasions he makes home visits of the students. So he's really got to know the family. And he said one of the things that he has targeted on is on younger teachers, how they sometimes struggle when they come into the system when they're about 22 years old, starting out their careers. And he tries to really take them under his wing and help them in any way he can. Officer Nigel Hunter from Chelan County said, "I did not get into this job to take people to jail. Even if he runs across criminal behavior, he advocates for better behavior and does what he can to keep students out of jail." He says he's even gone into the justice court system and testified to try to get kids on a better plan. And so that was a very interesting approach that he had, because a lot of people think they're just there to arrest people. Erin Jones brought up a thought process that, do you think that your mere presence in the school escalates the event? And what are your thoughts on that? And Officer Thaddeus Kirchhoff, and I believe he was from Renton, said it's all about building positive relationships, learning to de-escalate strategies, being there every day, just walking around and showing up. He said it was amazing to him when he was sick for a few days that the kids were really worried about him and asking about him and where he was. So he said he really realized that they really cared about him. Officer John Burdock says helping to understand kids' everyday lives and teaching classes on what to do if you get, for instance, like a speeding ticket. He works with kids on that to say, how do you handle yourself on those issues? Officer Brian Reed spoke about how he has developed an after-school art program for kids. And Officer Jana Wilson, who is out here in Kent Lake, spoke to that she was there to greet kids when they get off the bus and has coached basketball and tennis. And Karen Davey, also from Kent School District, has taught kids how to advocate for themselves. And if kids begin to know how, it takes away the fear. So that was just some of the discussion, a really good insight if you're interested and I know this is a hot topic with a lot of people in our area, jot down this link, and it tells a lot about what SROs are doing, their procedures. It's numerous things that they are involved in. It also talks about the new laws and how it's, really geared toward restorative justice. And that link is http www.esd105.org SROHQ. And that has a lot of information on that. And you just take a look at the new 2019 laws that talk about all the training they have to have and special stuff like that. Just a particular shout out here in the Covington area, because this is my city that I identify with. I want to congratulate Kelsey Anderson, one of our teachers, who was the Covington Citizen of the Year. And we're really proud of that, and really proud of her involvement in the city of Covington. And I believe tomorrow we have a family and technology kind of a class that you can get connected to that. And I think that would be good for any of our family that's struggling, because I personally am still struggling on a lot of stuff. And actually, my granddaughter told me how to do something the other day, and I was surprised it actually worked. And my granddaughter's in the 2nd grade, by the way. Okay, and I want to thank all of you for the great presentations tonight, all the work that all the staff, administration, and teachers do. I do know from personal reference that I talk to my daughter every day, the teacher of 23 years, that she says she's working harder than she's ever worked in her life, and she needs a vacation, and it's not even near the middle of the year, she said. So that's an indication of what's going on out there. I also, in our food, in our community, people are really hurting. And I saw an article where the food stamps, the applications for food stamps and food relief was up 35% in this area in the last few months. That's a dramatic change. And if you are in need of help with rent, housing, utilities, babysitting, and a lot of other things, connect with 211. I think it's a pretty common knowledge, but I'm just going to put it out there. And I just want to leave you with this comment, that not all storms come to disrupt your life. Some come to clear your path. And with that, with no further discussion, I am going to just one moment. I see Mr. Leonard has his hand up.
Yes.
Mr. Leonard.
Order, President Hamada, thank you. We are going to adjourn to executive session. The question was posed about the notification for executive session. I want to be clear on the record, this is not a new executive session. This is a continuation of the original executive session at 6:30. The justification for the executive session in 6:30 is provided in the notification. This is just additional time that's necessary in order to extend that executive session, and no additional notification is required.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Appreciate that additional information. So we will be adjourning our regular board session to go into a special executive session on litigation and issues that are continuing on that same one that we started with earlier. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate it.
Excuse me, President Hamada, if
Yes.
you give me a moment, because I have to set up the breakout room again.
Sure.
Hold on.
It's not here yet.
No. There we go. You're muted. You're still muted. There.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have to double click on this unmute sometime. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, it is 9:42 and I am adjourning the executive session.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.